Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Thank you. Let us pray. Spirit of God, who brought creation out of the void, light from darkness, and order from chaos, you own everything. Lord, use our lawmakers for your glory. May they daily experience the joy of companionship with you. As they encounter each day pleasure, pain, and defeat, may they live to honor your name. Remind our senators that no evil can stop the unfolding of your purposes and providence. Lord, lead them this day with your merciful hands, providing for their needs. Bless all who work to defend freedom. May no weapon formed against them prosper. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There you go, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Previous order, the leadership time reserved on the previous order. The Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein with up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
there's real concern in rural America, particularly among family farmers. Farmers know that margins matter. Farmers don't want to see their revenue continue being eaten up by input suppliers. So we need to do what we can to ensure that competition in seed and fertilizer industry is fair and that markets are transparent to our farmers. That is very important consideration at this very time as the Trump administration and we members of Congress look to provide aid to farmers. This is a top concern that I hear from many family farmers. My farmers are concerned that federal dollars meant to help the farmers will simply get passed on to seed and fertilizer companies. That concern brings me to my legislation and bringing it to the attention of my fellow senators. Passing the Fertilizer Research Act is a first step in addressing those concerns. I hope my colleagues on the Agriculture Committee will join me to provide transparency for farmers through this very important legislation that I'm offering. So please take a good look, a very hard look at the Fertilizer Research Act. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Republican Leader.
Mr. President, I am very pleased to report that as of yesterday, the Senate has confirmed a total of 314 of President Trump's civilian nominees. And earlier this week, I filed on another nominations package, which, when passed, will bring our total confirmations to more than 400. That far outstrips total confirmations by this point in President Biden's term and in President Trump's first term as well. And it's particularly notable that we've managed to beat those first-term numbers when you consider the obstacles the Democrats have put up. I've talked more than once here on the floor about Democrats' unprecedented obstruction of the president's nominees this year. And I really do mean unprecedented. For decades upon decades, the Senate has expedited the consideration of large numbers of presidential nominees, confirming them by unanimous consent or voice vote. President George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton, for example, each had 98% of their civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote in the first term of their presidencies. 98%. George W. Bush and Barack Obama each had 90%. Now, it's true that Democrats substantially eroded this tradition of bipartisanship during President Trump's first term. All of a sudden, positions that had traditionally gone by unanimous consent or voice vote were now requiring roll call votes. But even so, both President Biden and President Trump in his first term had more than half of their nominees confirmed by voice vote. And then there was this year. This year, not one single presidential nominee has been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Not one. Democrats have dragged out the process on every single one of the president's nominations. The Democrat leader tried to justify Democrats' historic blockade by claiming that the president's nominees have been, quote, historically bad. The only problem with that, Mr. President, is the Democrats have supported a number of the president's nominees in committee and have even voted for some of them on the Senate floor. So either members of the Democrat Party are supporting historically bad nominees or something else is going on here. And I think we know what that is, Mr. President. That something else that's going on here looks a lot like petty partisanship. Maybe you want to call it Trump derangement syndrome. Democrats and their base still can't deal with the fact that President Trump won last November. And so they have held up every single one of his nominations in revenge. But Republicans have not been daunted. We've just continued plowing ahead on nominations, helping us rack up a historic number of votes this year in the process. And in September, we took steps to restore Senate precedent and codify in Senate rules what was once understood to be standard practice. And that is the Senate's acting expeditiously on largely non-controversial presidential nominees to allow a president to get his team in place. Now both Democrat and Republican presidents will be protected from some of the partisan excesses that we've seen from Democrats this year. 2025 has been a long road, Mr. President, but I'm very proud to be able to say that at the end of it, that we are well on our way to confirming more than 400 of the president's civilian nominees, and that we have virtually cleared the nominations backlog by the end of his first year. In contrast to the situation at this point in President Trump's first term and President Biden's. And when the Senate returns in January, I look forward to continuing to confirm additional members of the president's team so that he can continue to do the job to which he was elected by the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
President,
Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today I'm announcing that Senate Democrats will introduce legislation for a clean 3-year extension of the current ACA tax credits. This is the bill, a clean 3-year extension of ACA tax credits that Democrats will bring to the floor of the Senate for a vote next Thursday, and every single Democrat will support it. Republicans have 1 week to decide where they stand. Vote for this bill and bring health care costs down, or block this bill and send premiums skyrocketing. That's what's at stake when we vote next week. It's going to be one of the most important votes we take because it's showing who's on the side of the American people and lowering their health care costs and who's on the side of the big special interests and is going to raise health care costs, allow them to raise health care costs for America. People back home will be watching what Republicans do, and the American people are running out of time before January 1st. Make no mistake, our bill is the last chance Republicans will get before January 1st to prevent premiums from skyrocketing. Republicans have no hope of solving this health care crisis on their own. They have no health care plan of their own whatsoever. They're far too divided. Americans can't help but notice when Leader Thune came to the podium a few minutes ago, he didn't even talk about health care because he has nothing to say. They can't even come up with their own bill. The only path next week is supporting our bill. And while Democrats are united in fighting for the American people, Republicans are too busy fighting amongst themselves. They can't even come up with their own plan. Republicans have spent more time kicking low-income people off health insurance and raising costs for those who stayed covered than on doing anything to lower premiums. They've riddled their plan with poison pills that would ban abortion nationwide. And for those Republicans talking about sending checks, how is a one-time check supposed to last the whole year? People are paying more every day for the things they need, and a single check in the mail is cold comfort if you're paying $1,000 or $5,000 more a month just for health insurance. So the reality is this. The reality is simply this. The easiest, most direct way, the simplest way to solve this premium crisis is for Republicans to vote for our bill. Any Republican who claims to care about premium increases on January 1st has only one realistic path, and that's to support our bill for a simple, clean 3-year extension. If Republicans block our bill, there's no going back. We won't get another chance to halt these premium spikes before they kick in at the start of the new year. Those insurance premiums in January will land like a hammer blow on the American people. The pain will fall on all Americans, but heaviest in the Republicans' own backyards. They don't even care about their own constituents. And as election results have shown, in November, this past week, and in many other instances, the American people are beginning to learn Republicans don't care that costs are going through the roof for the average American family. Americans with chronic illnesses will suffer if we don't extend the credits. Rural communities will be devastated. And people who get insurance through their jobs will see their costs go up too. This isn't just affecting ACA people. We can avoid all of this needless pain if just a handful of Republicans join us in passing our bill. Join us in passing our bill. Or are they going to continue the Republican war on health care, reducing health care costs and getting better health care for the American people? Ever since, for the last 30 years, the Republicans have been fighting it. But now this fight is coming to a head because the failure to extend these premiums will hit so hard, harder than anything that has hit the American people in the last while. Democrats have made clear where we stand. Now that our proposal is out, Republicans have 1 week to pick a side. Join us and prevent premiums from skyrocketing, or block our bill and condemn people, the American people, to financial disaster. The choice is up to the Republicans here in the Senate. On Signalgate. Today, a Pentagon watchdog will release a new report on Signalgate, finding that Secretary Hegseth put the lives of American troops at risk by sharing sensitive operational information on a group chat in a flagrant disregard of security proposals. Secretary Hegseth has put the lives of American troops at risk. The conclusion that this report points to is damning. The Secretary of Defense's lack of judgment put the lives of our troops in danger. And instead of accepting responsibility for his mistakes, as any real leader would do, the Secretary has remained defiant, has mocked this incident, and tried to label this as a witch hunt. Pete Hegseth has a clear MO. He puts himself first at the expense of our men and women in uniform, and when he screws up, he tries to hide the truth. That's his MO, putting himself first and then hiding the truth. This new report, just like the boat strikes in the Caribbean, point to a growing pattern. When Hegseth has the chance to make himself look good, look tough, he'll talk a big game, try to seem tough. He'll go on TV and make big speeches. But when he makes mistakes or faces any adversity, he throws others under the bus without a second thought. This guy does not belong as Secretary of Defense. In the 10 months of the job, Pete Hegseth has demonstrated clear defects of character that we cannot afford in a Secretary of Defense. I ask my Republican colleagues, how can we trust this man to keep our troops safe when it's clear that he isn't able to even keep sensitive information safe? How can we trust the word of a man who will change his story or shift blame or hide the truth at the drop of a hat? The answer is we cannot trust him. Pete Hegseth is not qualified to serve as Secretary of Defense. Our brave troops need much better than Pete Hegseth. Well, today, on nominations, Republicans will move forward with the Trojan horse of a nominee package, confirming in one fell swoop a slew of horribly unqualified, shockingly radical nominees. All year long, Senate Republicans have bent the knee to Donald Trump, giving him every nominee he's asked for. No matter how unqualified, no matter how unfit they are, no matter how bad this nominee package is, it's much different than any nominee package we've seen. Democrats oppose these people, as you'll see in a minute, because they're just totally unqualified to be in the important positions he's trying to place them in. No wonder the Republicans didn't want to have votes on these people, didn't want to have discussion, because when the American people learn who they are, they're aghast that these types of people would be appointed. So yes, Democrats want votes. We want at least an hour or two of discussion to fill these important positions. Leader Thune said, oh, we're just doing this for partisan political reasons. Here's what he said exactly. He said, Democrats must be doing one of two things, Thune said. Either the president has been nominating historically bad nominees, or Democrats are simply being partisan. Well, Speaker Thune, Leader Thune, that's obvious, Leader Thune. It's that Donald Trump is nominating historical bad nominees. That's why we're doing this. I mean, there are so many. I could spend hours on the floor talking about them. But let me mention a few, just a few. And when you hear what's going on, America, you'll be aghast. Look at the nomination of Sarah Bailey to serve as Director of National Drug Control Policy. They're trying to sneak this one through. Of course, they would be afraid of a discussion or a vote or who she is coming to light. Bailey has no background in medicine, no background in public health, no background in law enforcement. She is so radical, Bailey is, that even Fox News' news shows banned her. But you know what she has going for her? Why she was nominated for an important position with no experience? She said the January 6th rioters were, quote, good Americans. That was her ticket to getting this job. All you have to do is tell Donald Trump he was right about January 6th, even though he was so obviously wrong and dangerous in what he did then. But all you have to do is tell him, oh, they were good Americans, and that's good enough for Donald Trump. And now Senate Republicans have gone down to his level, and it's good enough for them. Republicans are also trying to sneak through people like Anthony Desposito to be the Inspector General, the watchdog of the Department of Labor. This is a former member of the House who put his mistress on his congressional payroll and has faced a slew of misconduct allegations as a police officer. That's not anyone's definition of a good watchdog, unless you're Senate Republicans. Someone who faced misconduct allegations and put his mistress on the payroll is now the watchdog at the Department of Labor? Give me a break. Of course they want to hide these nominees. They're embarrassed about him. They know that Donald Trump has the lowest standard of any president we've ever seen for qualifications to important positions. There's John Bartram, who Republicans want to appoint as Undersecretary for Health at the Department of Veteran Affairs. What's his claim to fame? He was instrumental in firing VA staff, tearing up VA contracts, politicizing VA research. That's just 3. There are so many more that are just appalling. Yeah, we Democrats, of course, want to see votes on these nominees. We don't want to allow them to just be all voted yes in a big package, so their lack of qualification, their lack of honor, their lack of honesty, their past records can be hidden. But Republicans are ashamed of who they have to vote for. They should vote against these nominees. But they're afraid of Donald Trump. It's very clear what Republicans are doing. They're trying to pull a fast one on the American people and sneak through an entire henhouse of bad nominees without giving them the scrutiny that the American people demand. And you know, when you choose bad nominees, you pay a price. Trump picked Hegseth for Secretary of Defense, who I talked about a few minutes ago. He had no qualifications to be Secretary of Defense. The only way he got through was arm twisting from some Republicans who knew he shouldn't be in that position. And now Trump and the administration and Senate Republicans who voted for him are paying a price because it's so obvious he's screwing up left and right. So when you put in these bad nominees, when you either sneak them through or bludgeon them through, the administration and unfortunately the American people pay a very significant price. This nominee package is a perfect symbol of what this majority has been about from day one. Bowing to Donald Trump, rubber stamping his unqualified loyalists, and chipping away at the Senate's role as a check on a highly abusive executive. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Republican Whip,
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be vitiated.
without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call in relation to Executive Calendar Number 3, SRES 520.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've just heard the minority leader came to the floor and he said that the Democrats want a 3-year extension, 3 full years for Biden's COVID bonus payments with absolutely no change to the law. Not a single reform to deal with the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and the corruption of these payments and of Obamacare. Not a single one. They want to send billions of dollars. Actually, it's likely to be $100 billion directly from the U.S. Treasury to insurance companies. Some insurance companies are highly profitable, and that's their position. Just send more U.S. dollars to insurance companies. Maybe just do a direct transfer of money. Should I remind, does he need to be reminded that the COVID problems are over? But they want to send another $100 billion of Biden COVID bonus payments directly to insurance companies. Remember, the Democrats shut down the government of the United States for 43 days because of health care, because of Obamacare. Actually, they wanted at one point to give money to illegal immigrants for health care. That was part of their demands, free health care for illegal immigrants. Shut down the government, deny the American people services they need, transportation, all of those things. The damage they did to the economy, the damage they did to the country, by forcing the American people through 43 days of the politics of pain, and now the ongoing pain of having to live under Obamacare with this failed health care system that we're living with today. Obamacare is a program that undermined health care in America. Democrats say they want to talk about Obamacare, so let's talk about what's happened for the last 15 years. I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine for 24 years in Wyoming before coming to the United States Senate. The Democrats refuse to tell the American people, refuse to even admit it to themselves, living in denial that Obamacare is broken and it broke health care in America. Obamacare is a failure. Obamacare is unaffordable. Let me point out, not a single Republican voted for Obamacare, not one. Premiums for people in Obamacare have gone up over 220% since Obamacare became law 15 years ago. For people that have Obamacare, their deductibles have doubled. A family of 4 now pays $10,000 more for the coverage today than it did before Obamacare. Competition for selling insurance in the United States has collapsed. In rural counties, my home state of Wyoming, your home state, Mr. President, of Oklahoma, people lost so many of the options they had to buy insurance. The insurance providers have dried up. Today, many counties are left with one provider only for people to buy from. Some counties have none. Rural hospitals are struggling. More than 100 rural hospitals have closed since Obamacare became law. Hundreds more are at risk because of the devastating effect of Obamacare on health care in our nation. Let's go back and recall what President Obama told the nation as he was promoting Obamacare, and every one of the Democrats voted for it, every single one of them. He said, remember, he said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. He said, if you like your policy, you can keep your policy. These are the things that the President of the United States told the American people when Barack Obama was in the White House. He even went on to say, probably the biggest lie of all, he said your insurance premiums would go down by $2,500 a year for families. Every single one of these was a lie. The American people see it. American people know. Even the New York Times said Obamacare is pricey. They said that about a month ago. The Washington Post admitted that Obamacare was never affordable. These aren't my words. These are the words of the New York Times and the Washington Post. So how do Democrats continue to cover up the failure, to continue to mislead the American people? Try to do it with government subsidies. They tried to cover up the failures of Obamacare with government-paying subsidies, not to the American people, but directly to the insurance companies. When they find out that those subsidies weren't enough, what did they do to those juicy subsidies weren't carrying the day? They said, let's add new subsidies on top of it, which is what they're talking about, extending those new, juicier subsidies. Today, they want to extend those for 3 more years. They put them in place during COVID, call them the Biden COVID bonus subsidies. Now they want to make them permanent. They want to go for 3 years now, but they've been talking about trying to do this permanent. They want the American people to just keep having the Treasury of the United States send more money to insurance companies as the costs of health care continue to climb. When Biden was president, Democrats created these Biden COVID bonuses, new subsidies, added on top to prop up Obamacare because it was falling. Obamacare was toppling. Democrats, we can't have this. Hundreds of billions of more dollars to insurance companies. Let's be very clear, the money does not go to the American people. It is mainlined straight from the U.S. government treasury into the bank accounts of big insurance companies. The American people, the consumers, are cut out of the equation. American consumers have no way to say how the money is spent, and they need to have a voice in this. You get the government writing big checks. There's no incentive to control costs, zero incentive to compete, and as a result, insurance companies continue to raise premiums as high as they want, and their profits continue to go up. These increases aren't because the Biden COVID bonuses are expiring, although that's what the Democrats are trying to say. Remember, Democrats chose the date of expiring of these subsidies when they put this into law in 2022. That's what they did. They had the House, they had the Senate, they had the White House. They said, we're going to put more money in. But even they realized that the COVID was going to be done by the end of this year. So they set this up as an expiring date. Now they realize, oh no, Obamacare continues to topple over. We need to prop it up with more government money to insurance companies. Now, the end of these Biden COVID bonuses explain about 4% of next year's projected 20% spike in insurance premiums. These huge premium increases explain why the stock prices of insurance companies have soared from 500 to 1,000% since Obamacare became law. That's what we're seeing. That's the reality of this, Mr. President. Big insurance companies, not the American people, are who the Democrats continue to support financially. Democrats created a system, zero accountability. Now they want to extend this broken system with these additional subsidies for another 3 years with zero reforms. Nothing. Not going after the waste, not going after the fraud, not going after the abuse. Oh, no. The Democrats are happy paying massive subsidies. And for everybody, for people making over $250,000 a year, for people making over $500,000 a year. Nope, keep sending the money over to the insurance companies for all their rich fat cat friends. The Biden COVID bonuses are not improving patient care. I will tell you that as a doctor. For every taxpayer dollar spent on these subsidies, Americans believe they get about 34 cents worth of value. So where does the rest of the money go? Waste, fraud, abuse, and yes, corruption. How do we know there's corruption? Well, last year the American people filed over 200,000 complaints with the federal government about that specific thing. They complained because they were unknowingly signed up or switched into Obamacare plans. Things they didn't choose, they didn't want, they didn't ask for. And those are 200,000 that complained. How many more were there that even didn't know about it or didn't know enough or who to complain to? Insurers signed up individuals for insurance plans that didn't even know they had them. The Biden COVID bonuses are an expensive, fraud-ridden failure, and the Democrats want to extend them for another 3 years. Mr. President, continuing to pour billions of dollars more into the pockets of big insurance companies without meaningful protection against fraud will not lower costs of health care. It will not help the American people. Republicans believe Americans deserve high-quality, affordable care. It's not what people have gotten under Obamacare, not at all. Republicans believe taxpayer dollars should go directly to hardworking people, not to the big insurance companies. Give buying power to the people. Let people make decisions I trust the American people. We want to empower Americans to make their own decisions about health care, certainly, and about their own families and what the needs are for their families, what's right for them. So there's a clear divide, Mr. President, between the Democrats and Republicans on health care. And on one side of the aisle, you have the Democrats protecting a broken system with not a single plan to lower costs. On this side of the aisle, we have Republicans who are fighting to give people what they wanted all along, the care they need from a doctor they choose at a price they can afford. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this past Saturday marked 50 years since the passing of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in 1975. Before the IDEA, children with disabilities were often institutionalized or excluded from classrooms, deprived of the support needed to achieve their God-given potential. IDEA changed that by guaranteeing every child, regardless of ability, the right to a free and appropriate public education. The IDEA said that every child is worthy of reaching their full potential, and that the federal government ought to provide the resources to make that possible. Massachusetts, the birthplace of public education, first passed a state law, Section 766, which established the high legal standard that would be adapted and expanded federally as IDEA. I was proud to vote for that bill, Section 766, as a state representative, one of my first votes in my career. And that bill then became the model for the entire country. In the decades since the IDEA became federal law, students, parents, educators, administrators, and support staff have worked tirelessly to deliver the promise of a world-class education to millions of students with disabilities. But far too many students with disabilities are still waiting for their shot at a meaningful education. The federal government committed to funding 40% of the cost to school districts of implementing the IDEA. But Congress has never fully funded special education. Right now, the federal government is only covering 12% of the tab, and that is unacceptable. And now President Trump and Education Secretary Linda McMahon are threatening the very foundation of public education. They are slashing education funding, stealing from children to give tax breaks to CEO billionaires and millionaires. It is Robin Hood in reverse. They are trying to destroy the Department of Education. When the department first opened its doors, fewer than 1 in 3 students with a disability graduated from high school. Only 1 in 3. Today, that number is over 70% of kids with disabilities graduate from high school. But instead of fighting to make that 100%, Trump and McMahon are attempting to send education for students with disabilities back to the Stone Age. In their big ugly bill, Trump and the MAGA Republicans doing his bidding also slashed Medicaid, which covers over $8 billion in school-based health services delivered to students. Medicaid funding is the 4th largest federal funding stream for public schools. And 2 weeks ago, I visited the campus school in Boston, a school for students with complex disabilities and extensive support needs. During my visit, I met Natalie, a middle school student, and her mom, Julia. Natalie has Dupe 15q syndrome, which causes serious developmental, behavioral, and medical needs, such as frequent seizures. Natalie requires 24-hour caregiving support. Natalie's story demonstrates how crucial the IDEA is and how devastating Trump and MAGA Republican cuts will be to the families around the country. In April of 2023, Natalie and her mom moved to Massachusetts to seek out a safe, accessible education for her, which she was not receiving in her home state. The implementation of IDEA and outcomes for students with disabilities vary dramatically across state lines. Now Natalie is receiving the support she needs to flourish. Her school has set up an individual education plan with goals for her academic achievement, occupational therapy, communication, and motor skills. Her home school district is able to access funding from the state of Massachusetts, the IDEA, and Medicaid to cover Natalie's educational costs. Her school pays $18 million each year to allow students like Natalie to receive the highest quality and best fit school placements out of district. In turn, her school receives $1.7 million from IDEA funding and $500,000 in Medicaid funds to offset those costs, around 10%. If this federal funding is jeopardized, the school, Natalie and her peers, their educators, their families will have no idea how to continue providing the level of education that these students not only deserve, but are legally entitled to. And that includes the nurses, the teachers, the occupational therapists, the school staff that work with Natalie. It includes the assistive technology Natalie uses to communicate, federal health and education funding to give Natalie her voice. It also includes the transportation that Natalie receives to and from school each and every day. Natalie's disability does not preclude her ability nor deny her the right to receive an excellent education. At school and at home, Natalie radiates joy because she is given the support she needs to flourish. Every student with disabilities is worthy of that same support, inclusion, and joy. Natalie's mom, Julia, with whom I spent a couple of hours talking, she's amongst the strongest amongst us, Natalie's mother. She navigates a world that is not yet designed for her daughter to thrive without ceaseless advocacy and effort. Yet Julia says what keeps her up at night is thinking of the thousands of children, just like Natalie, who don't have the extensive support that her daughter does. And I will tell you, Julia needs that help. It's 24 hours a day. She needs that help that's going to be slashed. There are millions of students across America still fighting for what Natalie has and what is promised by the IDEA, an education that allows them to thrive. And because of Donald Trump, Lyndon McMahon, and MAGA Republicans, that promise is moving farther and farther out of reach. And at the same time, the education that Natalie currently receives is under threat. Natalie, her mom, her teachers, her school administrators, they all want to ensure Natalie receives a world-class education. But a vision without funding is an hallucination. If the federal funding and protections backstopping education for students with disabilities stops flowing, as insufficient as they may be right now, we will see a nationwide regression. And we cannot let that happen to Natalie or to any child in our country. They deserve our nation's support. As we look ahead to the next 50 years of IDEA, our moral obligation to students with disabilities must not waver. We must finally fully fund the IDEA. We must forcefully reject the Trump administration's continued attacks on public education. And ultimately, we must make sure that every child in America, no matter what state they live in, is given the opportunity to excel and to thrive. This anniversary is a call to action. Children are only 25% of our population, but they're 100% of our future. We must fight for them every single day. Natalie is a story that all of us must be aware of. And I also rise today, Mr. President, to oppose the effort to open up the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge to permanent, irreversible damage from the big oil industry, because this effort to overthrow the Biden administration's record of decision on the management of the Arctic Refuge through the Congressional Review Act process will sow chaos, create legal uncertainty, and put the refuge into limbo. But we do have some certainty. Republicans know this will put our last most wild place at risk. It will put the rare caribou, polar bears, and wildlife that they call as home, the refuge. It will put that refuge at risk. The Gwich'in people have said over and over that it puts their way of life at risk. But this vote would also put business and legal certainty at risk. Years of confusion, lawsuits, and paralysis, all from this unnecessary resolution. And for what? The fossil fuel fiasco has been rejected time and time again by insurers, major banks, and oil and gas companies. They have said they won't finance development in the refuge. They're even paid to get out of leases. 2 failed lease sales, one of which was held under President Trump, should have been the end of this political theater. But they persist, and even before drilling, any fossil fuel exploration in the refuge will leave scars that will last for generations. Instead of tackling our affordability crisis, instead of fighting the climate crisis, instead of protecting healthcare programs or fighting for the needs of special education students, this is what Republicans want to vote on. An attempted favor for big oil executives. This CRA resolution would jeopardize the Arctic refuge, the greatest intact wildlife refuge in our nation. It would jeopardize our chance at a livable future, and it would jeopardize the Gwich'in people's way of life. Our public lands belong in public hands. Yesterday, the President of the United States, with the auto industry of our country standing behind him, signed a new resolution saying that we're not going to try to increase fuel economy standards in our nation. You know what the consequence of that is? They want to just put a big gas station up on the Arctic refuge, and we'll just start drilling for more oil because we don't want to make our vehicles more efficient. We're going to cede the future to Chinese all-electric vehicles and just pull out of the race in order to compete with them. The price is that at the same time, they are saying we will drill. We will drill for oil in the most precious part of our national public lands. An absolute disgrace. We are a technological giant. To give up on our ability to be able to make these vehicles more efficient is a death sentence for the most precious and vulnerable areas in our nation. It is completely and totally irresponsible, immoral, and it is going to wind up with scarred oil fields all across these refuges that unfortunately were completely and totally avoidable. And yesterday, President Trump signed in many ways the death warrants for all of these precious areas in our country because he pulled out of the race to increase the fuel economy standards where we put the oil in the vehicles that we drive. So, Mr. President, I thank you for your courtesy, and at this point, I yield back.
Senator from Florida.
Last week, across America, we were shocked, astonished, gutted. The night before our nation paused to give thanks for the blessings in our lives, the night before Thanksgiving, 2 of our country's finest were shot down mere blocks away from the White House. 2 young National Guardsmen, having served their country like you, Mr. President, just doing their jobs, keeping us safe, and they were ambushed by a gunman here on asylum. 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom tragically perished from her injuries, and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf remains in critical yet stable condition. And we all in the Senate and across America continue to pray for these guardsmen, for Andrew's recovery, and for their families and loved ones. And after that suspect started firing, and many missed the news on this, a National Guard major who was just doing rounds, he was nearby checking on other troops, started running towards the gunfire, and all he had was a pocket knife. I would like to think everyone in this room would have the immediate response to do the same, but I think we would all pause and question, would you, with a pocket knife, run towards gunfire to protect others? There are heroes in this nation that sign up to do that, like you, Mr. President, that say that they will put their safety behind others. They will stand as a guardsman of their fellow countrymen. And that's what that man did. He rushed towards danger to protect other people. And I am so grateful that there are heroes like that in our country. Last week, just a few days ago, in my home state of Florida, Sergeant Eric Levasseur from Port St. Lucie, doing his job as a law enforcement officer, was shot in the face when responding to a call for help. These attacks, threats, and harassment, they cannot begin to feel commonplace in our country, not in our states, not in our cities. We cannot get used to this. We should always be outraged when they occur. But unfortunately, a tragedy like this is happening time and time again in a growing string of incidents across this country where our nation's guardians, whatever badge they wear, whatever oath they've taken, from our guardsmen to our federal law enforcement to our state law enforcement heroes, they're being targeted. And I hear dire language, like the speaker before me, referencing, using the term death warrant as it relates to an issue, but they won't fully engage and stand up against those that are supporting groups that are targeting our heroes. An attack on those who enforce our nation's laws is an attack on what this country was built on. It's an attack on the people's law. Indeed, it's an attack on the rule of law. And over the last 10 months, our federal officers and agents have faced a dangerously escalating pattern of violence, ranging from hitting, spitting, kicking, biting during arrests, to vehicle ramming, open gunfire, throwing Molotov cocktails. All because they're doing their jobs that they took an oath to do to protect other human beings. From January 21st, 2024 through November 21st, 2024, there were only 19 reported assaults against ICE law enforcement. The same time this year, ICE law enforcement has faced 238 reported assaults. It's a 1,153% increase in assaults on those law enforcement officers. These nationwide incidents show how officers are being targeted because of the badge they wear, because of the oath they take. And you know, in many, many instances, they are going after people who have repeatedly harmed American citizens. The attacks are not just on the enforcement operations, they're an attack on the officers themselves. And incredibly radical, Democrat-led cities and states in this country are using taxpayer money to encourage the harassment and obstruction of our law enforcement officers in the United States of America. I just introduced the HALO Act to protect federal officers while they conduct their official duties. And I'm proud to say this week, more of my colleagues have signed up to co-sponsor this important legislation. They've said no more. Our heroes have to be able to do their jobs to protect us without feeling threatened in the execution of their duties. The legislation would make it illegal for anyone, after being told to stay back, to knowingly come within 25 feet of a federal officer that's trying to do their job, if the intent is to interfere with their officer's work or threaten physical harm. You know, personally, I am the wife of a law enforcement officer. It is incredibly dangerous, as they are trying to execute official duties, to have people interfere with that. The distraction of not being totally focused on what they're doing endangers not only them, but those around them, and we've seen that happen in this country. I expect every one of the colleagues in the United States Senate to speak out against that, to stand up for the people we ask to take an oath, to stand in harm's way to protect us. It's the very least they could do, to use words of support for them. My guess is you will hear utter silence on that side of the chamber. This act is modeled after something we've done in my great home state of Florida. where we are the most pro-law enforcement state in the nation. I was proud to say that and work towards that as my time as Attorney General in the great state of Florida. And that is why not only are we leading in the nation and people wanting to move to our state for protection, the people that are doing that protection, our law enforcement officers, are coming from all over this nation, uprooting their families to be Florida heroes because they know we have their backs. We need to do that for all of our heroes across this nation, and it needs to start right here in the Senate. It takes a truly special person to answer that call, whether that's to our military or in our law enforcement professions, and I'm proud to be the wife of a law enforcement officer, to be the one that runs towards danger to help others, like that courageous National Guard major last week. They shouldn't be worried while they're doing their jobs unnecessarily by people wanting to target them or attack them. Indeed, if it weren't for our nation's heroes, our society would fail. Our rule of law could not exist. I came here to D.C. to fight for these heroes like you, Mr. President. And it is a battle. There are those that will stand up and fight for our heroes, and there are those that will not even remain just silent. They will actively work against them and support groups that are targeting them. It is a battle, and it is one we must win. There is not an option. For our heroes' sake, for our country's sake, for the success of this great American experiment, living as a free man under a rule of law. I urge my colleagues to have our officers' backs while they cover ours. I hope that they will join me in supporting my HALO Act. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be allowed to speak up to 5 minutes, followed by the Senator Hyde-Smith for up to 5 minutes and Senator Murkowski for up to 3 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call votes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor to speak on the 11:30 vote we're about to have, and I come because I want to speak against the effort to overturn the land management plan for the Arctic Wildlife Refuge. Congress established the Arctic Wildlife Refuge in 1980 to protect the diverse and unique, very fragile ecosystem located on 20 million acres in the northeast corner of Alaska. However, at the time, Congress failed to permanently protect 1.5 million acres of coastal plain, the biological beating heart of this incredible wilderness. A wilderness that is often called America's Serengeti. That is because of the hundreds of thousands of caribou that migrate and depend on these lands, herds that Alaska Native tribes rely on for subsistence, and they have been an essential piece of their traditional culture and way of life. Because it is one of the largest remaining untouched ecosystems on our entire planet, I believe we should strive hard to protect it. It is so unique, people do want to travel there. But many would like to ignore the fact that it is a fragile and irreplaceable beauty that lives along the coastal plain in order to search for oil and gas that may lie beneath. The battle has been the subject of many intense congressional debates for decades. So far, we've been able to protect the coastal plain and keep it intact, as it has been for millions of years, and many Americans had hoped we had moved on. That is, moved on because even the oil companies have said, by virtue of not wanting to pay for any leases, that this area is not a good place to drill. Some companies even paid to get out of their leases. I say moved on because time and time again, insurers and major banks have pledged not to finance development in the refuge. The 2 failed leases sales under both Trump and Biden administration should have been the end to all of this. And that's because we were supposed to raise $2 billion. In fact, when the language was passed, they said, well, we'll raise $2 billion, but they have actually only raised a few million. So in other words, this vote is about whether we want to spoil one of the last great pristine spots on planet Earth for what the market says is worth a few $1 million. I know especially in Europe, there's a lot of tourism in the Arctic today. There are many people that want the last frontier experience and are paying for cruise ships that actually have ice-breaking capacity to travel to the Arctic Circle. Why aren't we encouraging the same kind of tourism? And I think what makes even less sense about the future is that why would we vote to destroy something so fragile and so irreplaceable when we have a choice? I want to point out that using the Congressional Review Act to drill in the Arctic Wildlife Refuge could very well backfire on our drilling advocates. If Congress votes to overturn the Biden record of decision today, it would create legal and regulatory chaos, not clarity. That's because it would revive the Trump-era leasing plan that is legally flawed and under active litigation, effectively leaving no valid framework for how leasing could proceed. Just a way of saying, my guess is it would have more lawsuits that would be easier to attack. That's because the CRA, if signed into law, the Department of Interior couldn't reissue a similar rule, and the old leasing program did have serious legal deficiencies. Contrast that with the existing record of decision, which followed science, law, and public input in balancing environmental protections and resource extraction in the Arctic Wildlife Refuge. So I hope we won't make an irrevocable, irredeemable mistake in the Senate today by voting to overturn a science-based record of decision that has done what was done by the book and with the public input. We should be hammering out a bipartisan agreement instead on other major issues like healthcare affordability or finding other ways to reduce the cost of living. But this administration has opened up all drilling all over the United States for oil and gas production, and yet it isn't much higher than the record levels that were achieved during the Biden administration. That's even after the big, beautiful bill gave nearly $6 billion in tax breaks this year for some of the biggest oil and gas companies. So we gave huge, massive tax breaks that could have gone into paying for affordable health care, and instead we gave them to oil companies, and yet we're not really producing much more than we've been producing under the last administration. Even after we have seen the repeal of dozens of environmental regulations that protected America's health, the oil companies had complained about. Even after the administration opened millions of acres in the sensitive lands, including the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, and millions of offshore acres, even when coastal residents are screaming they don't want these oil rigs off their coast. So it isn't producing the effect that some of my colleagues hoped. So this is not a CRA we should vote for. We should oppose the CRA and keep the land management that's in place. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator of Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to call attention to a critical safety issue that affects every American who travels our roads and highways. Across the country, we are seeing a disturbing rise in deadly accidents involving large commercial trucks driven by individuals who should have never been behind the wheel to begin with. Often foreign nationals in the country illegally who exploited weaknesses in our commercial driver's license or our CDL system. We have seen the video of the horrific crash in Florida where an undocumented immigrant driving an 18-wheeler made an illegal U-turn on the interstate, killing 3 Americans who should be with us here today. In mid-October, a semi-truck driver in California in the United States illegally with an immigration detainer notice was accused of being intoxicated when he slammed into multiple vehicles, killing 3 people and injuring several more. Sadly, incidents like this are becoming far too common, and we must ask why. The answer lies in failed policies. Under previous Democratic administrations, safety enforcement was weakened, loopholes were opened, and fraudulent CDL issuance went unchecked. Under the Obama administration, inspectors were directed to issue citations rather than take unsafe commercial vehicle drivers completely off the road, a policy decision that has resulted in loss of life. Meanwhile, Open border policies of prior administrations would have allowed illegal immigrants to enter the United States freely, which combined with lax federal oversight has let some states issue CDLs without proper language or competency testing. A Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration audit prompted by President Trump found that multiple states issued non-domiciled CDLs improperly to unqualified, often foreign drivers, even in some instances allowing them to keep licenses after their legal status expired. In the Florida case, the FMCSA investigation revealed that the driver had failed the English language proficiency test, answering only 2 out of the 12 verbal questions correctly. Yet multiple states still allowed him to hold a valid CDL and operate a commercial vehicle on our roads. The ongoing FMCSA audit revealed systemic violations by many states, including California, Washington, and New Mexico, that simply fail to follow federal laws and regulations as they issue CDLs, which has resulted in greater threats to public safety. After Secretary Duff's criticism about California's lack of policy enforcement and threat to revoke federal funding, California announced the revocation of 17,000 CDLs that were given to immigrants without valid visas. This means California has been allowing thousands of unqualified drivers to operate throughout the country. I thank this administration and Secretary Duffy for taking action to hold states accountable for their mistakes. While some states look the other way, my home state of Mississippi has tried to rein in this abuse in the trucking industry. Mississippi has taken decisive action and in just the last 3 months alone has identified 85 illegal drivers and referred them to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The state of Mississippi does not issue non-domiciled license and strictly enforces English language proficiency testing to keep our roads safe. My state is doing its part, but states cannot do this alone. The federal government must close these loopholes and enforce the law. As chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development, I successfully included language in the fiscal year 2026 bill and report that builds upon the President's executive order to strengthen and enforce English proficiency requirements for commercial drivers. I'm also a proud co-sponsor of Senator Marshall's Commercial Motor Vehicle English Efficiency Act to ensure all applicants for CDLs must pass the English proficiency test in English and not any other language. This common sense measure would help guarantee that all truck drivers can read traffic signs, communicate with law enforcement, and understand directions clearly and safely. In addition, I have co-sponsored Senator Moody's Safer Trucking Act, which restricts the issuance of CDLs to only U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and individuals who are authorized for employment by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. These are common sense reforms to restore integrity, accountability, and safety to our highways. At the same time, I commend the Trump administration for taking action on this front, particularly Secretary Noem and law enforcement officials who recently carried out Operation Midway Blitz. This enforcement action led to the arrest of 223 illegal aliens, 146 whom were truck drivers. And just a few weeks ago, ICE announced the arrest of a man from Uzbekistan with a Pennsylvania CDL who was allowed in our country by the Biden administration, even though that he was wanted by the government of Uzbekistan because of his links to a terrorist organization. Needless to say, seeing ICE and state law enforcement come together to make America's roads safer is a step in the right direction. Republicans in the Senate and this administration remain committed to protecting American lives and keeping our roads safe. One key to doing that is to ensure CDL holders are here legally and are proficient in the English language and can actually read road signs. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Let's do it. On to the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the consideration of H.J. Res. 131, which the clerk will report.
H.J. Res. 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to coastal plain oil and gas leasing program record of decision.
The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
H.J. Res. 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to coastal plain oil and gas leasing program record of decision.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Yes. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley.
Anyway, we'll work on that. Good, thank you.
Mrs. Moody.
Thank you.
Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin.
So I'll be at your lunch on Saturday.
Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen.
You flying out today?
Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, McConnell, Murkowski, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Cantwell, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Schumer, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Marshall, Aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Reed. Oh. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Deans, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. King, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, No. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schatz, no.
On this vote, the joint resolution is passed. The ayes are 49, the nays are 45. Joint resolution is passed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table. And Senate Joint Resolution 91 is indefinitely postponed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the executive session. Where is it? Senator from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the Senate come to order.
Senate will be in order.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Senator, please state your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. The precedent of September 11, 2025, that established a majority vote, threshold vote, for cloture on an executive resolution that provided for the en bloc consideration of nominations, excluded nominations at level 1 of the executive schedule under 5 U.S.C. 5312 or Article 3 judges. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That is correct.
Mr. President, I'm sorry to say this slate of nominations in S-Res 520 includes calendar number 476, Sarah Bailey of Texas, to be Director of National Drug Control Policy. That position is among those listed in 5 U.S.C. 5312. Therefore, the threshold for cloture on this vote would be 3/5 of those duly chosen and sworn. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That is correct.
I object.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks. Mr. President,
Senator from North Carolina is
call for the
recognized.
quorum. Asked to be dispensed with.
Without objection. Number one here. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on Executive Calendar Number 3, S.Res. 520, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on Senate Res. 520, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corning, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty.
Yes.
Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Collins, Crapo, Daines, Haggerty, Johnson, Lummis, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Cantwell, Merkley, Padilla, Schatz. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Sheehy, Mr. Sheehy. Aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Langford, aye.
Oh, Lujan just voted.
Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Duckworth, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 43, the nays are 37. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The clerk will report the Rodriguez nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Susan Courtwright Rodriguez of North Carolina to be United States District Judge for the Western District of North Carolina.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons.
Thanks, Gail.
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoban, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Gallego, Grassley, Hawley, Hirono, Husted, Justice, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lankford, McCormick, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, and Wicker. Mr. McConnell, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Padilla, Sanders, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Peters, no.
The ayes are 57. The nays are 32. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
President.
The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we have a little over 2 weeks before the Christmas recess, and we still have a lot of work to do here in the United States Senate, including passing a fully conferenced National Defense Authorization Act bill. By that I mean reconcile the differences between the House version and the Senate version and get it to the President for his signature. There are many different players across both the House and the Senate who have to come together to make this happen. And of course, we all have different priorities, but our main priority ought to be the welfare of and the training and the equipment of our men and women in the military, and their ability to protect all of us. But we can't forget about the real world consequences in which we're legislating. It matters what ends up in and what ends up out of this bill at the end of the day. And with something like the annual defense bill, these decisions can have life or death consequences. So as the National Defense Authorization Act comes to a close, I've been pushing to ensure that several provisions, including addressing outbound investment transparency, is included in the final legislation. It's no secret to any of us that China is our near-peer competitor. And they don't have benign intentions with regard to the United States. They want to dominate the United States economically and militarily. And they've threatened President Xi, the head of the People's Republic of China, and the Chinese Communist Party have threatened time after time after time to forcibly attack Taiwan and to consolidate Taiwan with mainland China. We also know that the battle for the future of the world will literally be determined by who wins the race on artificial intelligence, which is heavily reliant on the production of advanced semiconductors and other advanced microelectronics. These technologies, and this is really important, they have both commercial and military applications. But in China, anything that's developed or possessed by a commercial entity has to be shared with the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army. They call that military and civilian fusion, military-civil fusion. So it means that any progress that they make, including on something as sophisticated and cutting edge as artificial intelligence, has to be shared and will be shared with their military. On Tuesday, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee Subcommittee on East Asia, the Pacific and International Cybersecurity Policy held a hearing on China's challenge to America's leadership when it comes to artificial intelligence. We heard expert testimony from 4 witnesses on the challenges that the United States faces in staying ahead of China in this critical sector. Each of these witnesses emphasize the importance of export controls, controlling what technology goes from the United States into China, where they can then use that to compete with us and potentially even beat us in the AI race. One quoted a senior executive at a Chinese AI firm who said that Chinese companies have to use 2 to 4 times the computing power to achieve the same results for large model training because of U.S. restrictions on AI chips. Now, this is a good thing. However, export controls, while an effective tool, are not simple nor straightforward. And the Chinese government is really good, like the Russians, at circumventing sanctions and different restrictions, in this case on cutting-edge technology. The U.S. must take care to ensure that our export controls are properly enforced, as PRC shell companies have ways of working around these trade controls in order to acquire American semiconductors and other controlled products. And unfortunately, sometimes it seems like a game of whack-a-mole, because one company will pop its head up and we'll deal with that, but then they change the name and it's the same thing under a different name. It's not just the chips themselves that we have to keep a tight grip on, but the machinery used to make them. Many of the intermediary parts, such as lithography machines, are produced by our allies, like the Dutch ASML, which makes the leading edge advanced ultraviolet lithography that's necessary to produce the most advanced semiconductor chips. But other countries like South Korea, Japan, and Germany are also part of that supply chain of critical equipment and machinery. Working and winning the AI race means we have to work hand in glove with our allies to ensure that these technologies are not acquired by the PRC. And we know the stakes if we don't accomplish that job. In the same way that China has captured the supply chain for the production of processing critical minerals, they have designs to capture the manufacturing capacity for advanced semiconductors. Then they'll do what they've always done, which is undercut worldwide competitors with government subsidies, and then corner the market so that they become the only supplier, holding the rest of the world hostage. And of course, there's the fact that China has never seen a piece of intellectual property that they aren't willing to steal. So by hook or crook, they're going to try to outcompete us, and we need to maintain our diligence and be vigilant when it comes to this threat. China is aggressively investing resources towards winning this race on artificial intelligence, and we cannot aid them in winning the race through U.S. investments in China. And that's where this piece of legislation called outbound investment transparency comes in. One of the ways that China has built its mammoth manufacturing capacity is when American companies go into China and massively invest in manufacturing capabilities there. There is plenty that's been written on this topic. Apple, Tesla, and other major companies have gone into China because of lower costs of manufacturing. And the Chinese, unsurprisingly, have learned these manufacturing processes now where they become some of the very best in the world. But we have to make sure, at minimum, that we aren't blindly watching American investments into China in technology that could later be used to kill American Marines or American soldiers in a future conflict in the Indo-Pacific. Some estimates show that as many as of 2020, a total of U.S. investments in Chinese companies totaled $2.3 trillion. Now that's a lot of money. And if it wasn't available to the Chinese economy and the Chinese manufacturing, it would make it harder for them to compete against us. But this $2.3 trillion in market value includes $21 billion in semiconductor investment, $54 billion in military companies, U.S. companies investing in Chinese military companies to the tune of $54 billion, and $221 billion in artificial intelligence. Again, because of China's military-civil fusion policy, we're not just investing in commercial applications of these technologies. Every American dollar that's invested in these critical sectors in China is directly fueling the arsenal of our greatest strategic adversary. Let me say that again. Every dollar that Americans invest in China in these critical sectors is directly fueling the arsenal of our greatest strategic adversary. It is suicidal for the United States to see American dollars flow to China for the development of military technologies that very well could be used one day to kill American soldiers. This is not a priority we can afford to kick down the road. Anyone who dismisses the threat of outbound investment is blind to the threat of the Chinese Communist Party, and I would argue is working against the best interests of this country. I've been working for years to try to make sure that we have this provision in the Defense Authorization Bill. We had one vote, I think 3 years ago, on the Defense Authorization Bill. It was 92-6. So this is a bipartisan concern, as it should be. But for one reason or another, every time a bill comes across from the House through a conference, this provision seems to drop out. And that's because, frankly, of some of the people who financially benefit from the status quo and who do not want us to have, as policymakers, any transparency into Americans and who invest in China to help them defeat us, whether militarily or in the race for AI. So I'm glad that at this point in the negotiations, the House and the Senate are prioritizing this provision in the final version of this year's NDAA. If we do not address outbound investment transparency, then we are playing to lose the AI race and risk the lives of American service members and a potential conflict in the Indo-Pacific. The time to act was yesterday, but the next best time to act is today. This fight to address outbound investment transparency has been going on for many years, but I look forward to finally declaring victory when President Trump signs the National Defense Authorization Act into law, which I hope is very soon. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I'd note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Good. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 571.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Robert P. Chamberlain of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Robert P. Chamberlain of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Mississippi, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 572.
The question's on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, William J. Crane of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
The provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of William J. Crane of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Louisiana, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question's on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 573.
The question's on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, James D. Maxwell II of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of James D. Maxwell II of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Mississippi, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without.
Okay. Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I sent an executive resolution to the desk for the consideration of certain nominations in block and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Senate Resolution 532, Executive Resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Mr. President, in order to place the executive resolution on the calendar, I object to my own request.
The objection having been heard, the executive resolution will lie over 1 day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session, be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H-Con Res 62, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
House Concurrent Resolution 62 authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for an event to unveil the statue of Barbara Rose Johns.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res, 531, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 531 celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand in recess until 3 p.m. on Monday, December the 8th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to Executive Calendar number 571, Robert Chamberlain, ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand in recess under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Cassidy.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, we just had a shutdown over something that the American people, I'm not sure quite understand, but what they do understand is that they cannot afford their health insurance. They cannot, if you will, afford the cost of being insured. Prices of health insurance and of health care, they're up for everybody. It is not sustainable, and they're looking to us, they're looking to Congress for solutions. Now, as a physician, as a doctor, I've seen it firsthand. I've seen patients come to see me with insurance, but they could not afford their deductible. I've seen people who could not afford their insurance and so therefore take the risk that they won't get sick. We should not have that in our country. In July, the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Help Committee, which I chair, discussed affordability across the entire commercial insurance market, trying to find out why costs are going up so high when you're buying your insurance through your employer, or it's the employer buying insurance for the employee. But it doesn't matter. If you're on the individual market or you're in the small business market, you're paying more. And because of increasing health care costs, insurance premiums are climbing as well. Now, let's go to the Obamacare exchanges, because the shutdown we just had for over 40 days was related to the fact that subsidies are ending on the Obamacare exchanges. A little bit of history. During the COVID pandemic, health insurance premiums were going up so much that Democrats passed extended, temporary, enhanced premium tax credits, if you will, EPTCs, which help give more money on top of the original Obamacare subsidies to help people afford their premiums. Now, the way it works is they didn't give the money to the patient, to the individual, to our fellow American. They give the money or gave the money to highly consolidated insurance companies, which take 20% of that for profit and overhead. Now, I am not knocking insurance companies. We all have insurance in our car, for flood insurance, for home and property and casualty, et cetera. But I'm just pointing out, they do take 20% of what we give them for profit and overhead. And by giving the money to the insurance companies, we're not actually lowering the cost of the premium. We're just papering over it with subsidies. Somebody's paying for that. It is the taxpayer who is paying for that. The premium is going up. Yes, the person getting the insurance pays less, but we, the taxpayers, are paying for it. There is no free lunch when it comes to this. The enhanced premium tax credits don't lower the cost of health care, but it is a Band-Aid on a broken bone. By the way, we can prove this. In 2014, taxpayers covered 68% of an Obamacare exchange enrollees' premiums. By 2020, 60% had become 80%, meaning that's how much the taxpayer was subsidizing. From 21 to 25, the era of the enhanced premium tax credits, the taxpayer share of subsidizing the premiums on the exchanges grew to 93%. What started off as 68% had became 93% in this year. And yet, despite all this money, let me repeat, the actual premium never decreased. It's just that the taxpayers were paying more of it for our fellow Americans. Now, somebody is paying it. You and I are paying it. And by the way, if you're not getting extra money, if you're paying for it on your own, you are still paying those higher and higher rates. If I was that person, individually insured, not getting a subsidy when everyone else was, but my tax dollars going to subsidize other people, I'd feel totally taken advantage of. You're paying for others to get cheaper insurance, but you're paying more because nobody's addressing the higher cost of health care. We should be fair to our fellow Americans who can't afford their premiums. We should be fair to our fellow Americans who are not getting subsidies. So what do we have to do? Well, let's go after the root cause of what's causing the health care cost to rise. Let's find out why that is, and let's attempt to decrease the cost of health care. It's hard, but I think there's practical solutions that are implementable that could actually do that. But that's only one part of the conversation. The second part of the conversation is, what do we do about January 1, 2026, when some people on the exchanges, when the tax credits that the Democrats passed, they set to expire at the end of this year? What do we do for those Americans, in some cases facing $33,000 a year premiums with a salary of $90,000? What do we do for them? Now, some people just want to continue the subsidies as they are. Status quo. Let's continue the subsidies for 3 more years. And yes, the premiums continue to rise. Yes, it requires taxpayers to subsidize more and more. And by the way, the policies we're buying have $6,000 deductibles. They want to continue that status quo. Well, I can tell you that I am not interested in status quo. That as a physician, I can tell you putting a Band-Aid over a broken bone doesn't work. And Republicans are absolutely interested in finding a solution that can make health care and health insurance more affordable beginning in January 1, 2026, but going on beyond that. So, what can we do for January 1, 2026? This is where I think we're headed, Mr. President. If Congress does what it always does, Democrats are going to put up a bill, and it's going to fail. And they're going to put up a bill, and they're going to know it's going to fail. And Republicans will put up a bill, and it will fail. And everyone will know that bill will fail too. And then premiums will rise January 1, 2026. the American people looking at Congress for a solution will find two bills side by side, neither of which passes, both of which we know will fail, and their premiums go up. That should not be an option. I suggest that we find a solution, not a Republican solution, not a Democratic solution, an American solution. Put differently, not an R, not a D, but an A solution. Now, there are ideas out there on the right and the left that are big ideas, good ideas, or bad ideas, but they're going to take a long time to discuss, debate, and figure out and implement. We got to be focused on January 1, 2026. And we've got to build, that means we've got to build on what we already have. Now, folks may not like what we already have, but we've got to focus on getting something done in 3 weeks. So, we got two choices. Do nothing, accepting the premise that no deal is possible, that the enhanced premium tax credits go away, there's no reforms to a failing system, a Democratic bill, Republican bill, both fail like so much fails in Congress, and the American people are not served. That is one option. Or we can roll up our sleeves and figure out something that we can all live with. Now, I think that there is, if you will, such a sweet spot. One in which Congress appropriates funds equivalent, roughly equivalent, to what we would spend on the enhanced premium tax credits. But instead of 100% of this money going to insurance companies, who take 20% of it for their deductible and copay, we give 100% almost to the patient, to our fellow American, in an account that she controls and uses as she wishes. So I'm proposing not to continue. I'll put it up there for our guests in the audience. Good to see y'all. If we do just keep doing what we've been doing for the last 4 years, we send $26 billion to the insurance company, who takes 20% of it for profit and for overhead. That's under the Obamacare law. They can take that 20%. Or we can send 100% to an account that the patient controls. She makes the decision on her doctor, her dentist, some things that insurance doesn't pay for. Eye care, dental care, orthodontia, she makes the decision. She gets the health care she knows she needs, as opposed to the health care the insurance company gives her permission to have. Put differently, giving her the money gives power to the patient. That's where we should be. What Democrat wants to give 100% of the money to the insurance companies for them to take 20% for profit and overhead? What Republican does not want to give power to the patient by putting money in her account for her to use? I'm chuckling, I'll tell you why in a second. For her to use as she sees fit. Sometimes people say, and I have a lot of men up in the audience, they'll chuckle with me. Some people say, well, why do you use the feminine when you speak about this? Because women make 85% of the decisions in healthcare. And we can trust her to make a decision which is good for her family's health and which is good for her purse, which is good for her pocketbook. Let's have faith in her to make the wise decision for her family, as opposed to having to go to the insurance company, which returns roughly 80% of it back, but takes 20% for profit and overhead. Give power to the patient. Now, you can do this because under Obamacare, you can take a credit which goes to one more expensive health care policy. You can apply it to a less expensive policy. That gives you savings, and those savings you can split up between all the people on the eligible people on the exchanges into their health savings account. It would be to the patient's financial advantage to take a cheaper plan, but to have the health savings account to help pay for her expenses. By the way, the health savings account, it has been shown, empowers, encourages somebody to make wise decisions. If she knows that I can get the x-ray here for $500 or down the street for $2,500, she's going to go where she gets it for $500. That begins to lower cost because the people who are more expensive will lower their cost. She, the woman in charge of this, is going to drive lower cost across the healthcare economy. Now, some folks say, wait a second, health savings accounts, aren't those just for rich people? No. One, I don't think they are in general, but in this case, we are pre-funding them. It doesn't matter what your income is. You get more money in. The federal government, instead of sending it to the insurance company, puts it into the account for you. You get more money. By the way, if you do it the way I would like to set it up, if you're less well off, you get more money. If you're a little bit older, you get more money, because I hate to say it, when you get a little bit older, your health care costs go up. And if you have a bunch of kids, you get a little bit of extra money too, because taking a child to the emergency room can be expensive. We can make this work for the American family, as opposed to the American family working to get the insurance company to approve the care that they know they need. Now, my plan does not take away coverage. It doesn't touch the original Obamacare tax credits. But patients need a solution that reduces their cost of being insured, not just the cost of the premium. There are a lot of other issues to address. I'm pro-life. There's some pro-life issues. But I have found that if we come together in a well-meaning way and work out a way that we can keep the American people from getting stuck with a high health care cost, we treat their tax dollars with respect, and ideally lower the cost of the program, we can work out other issues. President Trump endorses this approach. President Trump has said he would rather not give money to the insurance companies, he would rather give it to the people. Actually, he said, don't give the money to the money-sucking insurance companies, give it to the patient, or something like that. President Trump has a way with words. So however you say it, let's give the patient the power. Because President Trump endorses it, though, I do think that Republicans will, by and large, support it, that there will be a vote in the House of Representatives. And there's enough in here that Democrats want that Democrats can find some way to embrace it. The American people want something to pass. Let's work to find something that can pass. Let's give power to the patient, not profit to the insurance company. Let's make health care affordable again. With that, I yield.
Sir, 1 second. Can you just put it in a form call?
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum and request a quorum.
Roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
From Louisiana.
I request that we vitiate the quorum.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate action with respect to H.R. 3174 be vitiated.
Without objection.
With that, I yield the floor.
The Senate stands in recess until 3 p.m. on Monday.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.